And we are about ready to go on the Sunshine State Conference Digital Network. Game 4 of the weekend series between your Tampa Spartans and the Davenport Panthers. I'm Taylor Storworthy. Thank you for tuning in for the final time throughout a busy set of 4 games. Tampa's got a big 3 they love to put in their rotation, but it'll be Tobin Moran, who's been more of a spot starter for the Spartans this season, picking up midweek appearances, getting the call to the mound today. A good season for Tobin Moran. He has no decisions on the year. With a 1.0 ERA, he has struck out 9 in 9 innings, giving up just 6 hits and a walk. But before we go deeper on Tampa's number 14, let's introduce the Panthers lineup, as Coach Tidy hopes his team can take a win into conference play. Leading off will be Sam Clay, followed by Wyatt Epple. Batting third is Justin Johnson. Dylan Powensky bats cleanup with Aiden Warren batting fifth. Travis Lyford batting 6th, Aiden Arbaugh batting 7th. Michael Gregus bats 8th, and Joey Barboza batting 9th. Taking a look compared to yesterday's lineup, the only change is Carson Lindau gets the day off today, and Arbaugh, who had the final inning on the mound yesterday, is back at the plate. But it will be Sam Clay getting us started as we look to have a first pitch at exactly 11 a.m. It's currently about 72 degrees here in Tampa. It definitely feels hotter down in the field. A pretty humid morning. There is chance for showers later today, but that's going to be later into the afternoon and evening, so there are no worries for the early goings. First pitch coming up for Tobin Moran. Ball 1 in the dirt. Moran just missing. It's Irigoyen forming the battery again. He has started 2 of the 3 games behind home plate, but has been at the plate every single time. Got a chance to play DH with Pereira as the backstop in Game 3 yesterday. 1-0 now to Sam Clay. And that'll be on the corner for strike 1. We'll see how deep Moran can go. Coach Urso mentioned that he's hoping for Moran to go 4 innings. If he's cruising, maybe 5. This will also be a good chance for Tampa to get some extra bullpen reps across the board today. This one hit towards third, scooped up by Martinez. Good throw, 1 away. So it'll be 1 out on the board now. And that will bring up a base runner, or no base runners for Wyatt Epple, the center fielder, ready to go. Epple hitting .337 on the year. The Davenport average, thanks to this tricky weekend, has dropped to a .314 team average at the plate. But they've been hitting the ball well to start the season, and they have been able to put some runs on the board against the Spartans. Tampa's team ERA is at .268 on the year, about where it was back on Friday. They started the season at a weekend at a .284 team ERA, and that one's going to be ripped to second, scooped by Woodburn. He initially dropped it, but it's got more than enough time to turn for out number 2. So Justin Johnson now ready to go. He was the hot hitter for the start of the season for Davenport, but has been kept relatively quiet this weekend. Yesterday was held 0 for 3 in Game 2, and while he did get on base to start the game in Game 1, he ended his day 1 for 2 with a strikeout. First pitch to Johnson. Swing and a miss for strike 1. High heat from Moran gets himself ahead. 0-1 for Tampa's number 14. 0-2, another high fastball getting a big swing and a miss. Moran, a senior out of Palm Beach Gardens. 0-2 count. Moran looking to end the inning with a strikeout. That one's hit up the middle, and that'll be a base hit, putting a runner on first with 2 away. Great job battling for Johnson. He was trailing in the count. And then a runner at first now with 2 away. He was down 0-2 with strikes, but stays alive. And even though Tampa's defense has been great this weekend in the infield, they would need a jetpack to have gotten to that line drive. First pitch now to Powensky. He'll take strike 1. Good movement on that slider. Powensky now batting over .400 on the season with his hot weekend at the plate. In Game 1 of the action yesterday, in Game 2 of the series, he had a first inning 2-run shot against B.J. Bailey. And wouldn't you know, it was Justin Johnson on first. Swing and a miss, 0-2. That'll add a second strike to the tally. 2 down with 2 outs. And Moran, even though he's given up that 2-out hit, he has looked good to start the game. Just 2 balls thrown. And he's going to get a big whiff for strike 3 to retire the side. 1 hit, 1 stranded. A strong start for the Spartans on the mound. Can they keep it up at the plate when we head back? Bottom of the first, we're back at the birdcage, and it will be a new left-hander on the mound today for Davenport. Easton Remick makes another appearance as a starter. He is 1-3 on the year. He has been, I think you could call it effectively wild with his 14 strikeout to 13 walk ratio. Carries the weakest K to walk ratio of Davenport starters. But they're going to be hoping that he can find the zone against the Spartans. Let's take a look at what Tampa can do at the plate and who they'll be starting with. Braden Woodburn leads off, followed by Gunnett Carlson. Jordan Evans bats third. Joander, you're going fourth. Jake Books fifth. Walker Vanacek 6th. Javi Soto 7th. Jack Martinez 8th. And Jesse Ponce 9th. First pitch. That's going to be in the zone for strike 1. The big change for Tampa today is the return of Martinez to the plate, and Ponce gets the start at short despite the lefty on the mound. That one's going to be hit foul, make it 0-2. 2 strikes now to Braden Woodburn. Woodburn looking to continue what was a good end of the day yesterday after a quiet start to the series. And he's going to go down looking for strike 3. An aggressive opening out of the gate, 1 out. And that'll reset the count to 0-0 for Gunnett Carlson, Tampa's number 0. First strikeout of the day for Easton Remick. And unlike some of the other pitchers we have seen, he is hot out of the gate with an opening strikeout. I think only Tobin Moran was able to replicate that first batter strikeout. Although I think actually one of Davenport's starters, as the count goes 0-1 with 1 strike to Carlson, did also strike out Woodburn to start the game yesterday in one of those 2 matchups. Lefty-lefty matchup. And this one missing high and inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. That time the fastball just drifting away. Carlson hitting .362 on the season, but notably he's done an incredible job getting on base. .549 OBP as the count goes 1-2, fouled back. One away. Tampa would love to get a base runner here. Tampa's been kept quiet in the first inning for a majority of the games in the series. And actually, both of the games yesterday, they started trailing before combining for 28 unanswered runs as the count goes 2 balls and 2 strikes. That one missing low from Remick. Doesn't bait the swing out of Carlson. Two on the way. Ooh, right on the edge of the zone. 3-2. That'll be a full count. The ever-dangerous Jordan Evans is on deck. Awaits the payoff pitch. Ball 4, missing low, and that will put a runner on first for the Spartans. So back to an even 0-0 with a runner on for Jordan Evans. Carlson's not the biggest base stealing threat, but he does have 2 on the season. Maybe he'll take a jump right here. He's been able to improve his average by 9 points this weekend, but his on-base prowess by 30 points, and it'll climb even further after that one-out walk. First pitch to Evans. Down low and inside, ball 1. Evans now batting .400 on the season entering today's game, as the count is 1-0. Urso gave Evans some praise, saying he's a very toolsy player. He can do it all at the plate, and he's at his best when he's taking those good swings against strikes. And for the most part, he's done a good job. He's only had 6 strikeouts on the year. He's been plunked 9 times, and he's drawn 8 walks. Here's the 1-0 to Evans. Up the middle, this could be 2. Flips to Clay, throw to first is high. Good catch by Johnson, but that will leave Evans safe at first. 2 outs now, but Evans, with good hustle, avoids the double play. Joander Irigoyen gets ready to go now with 2 outs. I sadly wasn't able to catch up with Irigoyen before the game. He was busy helping Tobin Moran warm up, but hopefully I can bring you a quick little interview and a couple of answers about Irigoyen's season next Friday. One thing I'm thinking of asking Joander as we get set with the 0-0 count. There goes Evans, and Irigoyen fouls this one away for strike 1. 0-1 count. 0 balls, 1 strike to Irigoyen, but one thing I'm hoping to ask Irigoyen is what does he think his best performance of the year has been? Irigoyen's had some really good performances throughout the season, and he's hit 4 home runs, 27 RBIs. He's the team leader, and he's batting with a .367 average. But I wonder what game does he feel was his best of the season as the count goes 1-1. And obviously, it's going to be a tough question for Irigoyen to answer, but I also want to ask, which starter does he feel like he's got the best repertoire with? As a catcher, you got to have good mojo with the guy on the mound. You know, you're kind of working together. And want to see if there's someone that Irigoyen's really felt comfy when he's able to work with. There's a flare to right field. This could drop in fair territory. Right on the line and foul. And it'll be 1-2 as the runners will go back. Good hustle by Arbol, but he can't get to that foul ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Close, but just to the right of the line. That probably scores Evans if it stays fair. He's running with 2 away no matter what. But he could also score from first on a lot of those difficult-to-field balls. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Irigoyen. Remick checks the runner, and this one's hit to right field. It should be in range for Arbol. Makes the catch. So Tampa does work a walk to get a base runner, and while they narrowly avoid an inning-ending double play, they can't convert, stranding 1 on the board, and we exit the first inning tied at 0. On to the top of the second, and it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up for Davenport when we come back. Davenport will be back at the plate for the brand new inning, and we continue with a warm-up for Tobin Moran. on the mound. Good start for him as he looks for another clean frame. Do want to mention, I've been able to keep up with Coach Tidy throughout the weekend series, and he does want to give a shout out to the family back at home. I know that his family back at home be hoping for a better Davenport result today, and it could come with this inning at the plate. Aiden Warren, Travis Lyford, and Aiden Arbaugh ready to go for the Panthers. Warren leads off, batting .270 on the year. Top of the second from the birdcage. Apart from a shout out to the family, I also asked Coach Tidy what he wants to see out of his team in this final non-conference matchup of the start of the season as Davenport begin the next phase of conference play next time out against Roosevelt, as that'll be 0-1 on a big swing and a miss to Warren. No balls, one strike. And he said simply to keep grinding and keep high energy. Obviously, with some of the tough defeats that they've had throughout the weekend, as the count goes 1-1, the energy can be a bit low for the Panthers at times, but he's hoping that today they can have a good day on offense, a good day on defense. That one's golfed over to left field in foul territory, and good try, but just out of reach of Jack Martinez. That'll make it 1-2. Coach Tidy mentioned, it's always tough to have a strong start to the season. Davenport's trying to schedule some really tough out-of-conference foes. You see Indianapolis, perennial playoff team. Quincy, another strong team out of their region. And, of course, they close out conference play against the third-ranked team in the nation, the Tampa Spartans, with a 1-2. That one missing low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Moran unable to find his second strikeout just yet as we continue against Aiden Warren. But all of that will prepare Davenport for conference play back at home at the Farmers Insurance Athletic Complex. Tipped foul, Warren stays alive. Still 2-2. That one's tipped foul again. Moran still looking for that another strikeout. He's picked up now 10 over 10 innings on the season. Very good numbers to open up 2026 for Tobin Moran. Well, he's been unable to break into the 3-man rotation as the count goes 2-2. We're actually, it is going to be 2-2. He's been very good as that go-to fourth guy for the Spartans. And that'll be ball 4. So we were 1 ball behind on our count, as it is a great full count walk for Aiden Warren. So back to a level 0-0 for Travis Lyford. The third baseman ready to go this time around for Davenport. There are a few lefties in the Davenport lineup, but going up against Moran in the early goings, no worries about a platoon disadvantage for him. Lyford is not one of those lefties. He'll take strike 1. Great slider out of Moran to open the AB. Lyford is a senior out of Goodrich, Michigan, previously at Adrian College. Here's Moran, the 0-1. High. Is that in range for Vanacek? That one's going to go behind the dugout. Make it 0-2. 2 strikes to Lyford. He's had some gritty ABs throughout the weekend. Had an RBI double to give Davenport the lead in the second in yesterday's Game 2. Also worked a walk and a full count strikeout. And in Game 1 of the action yesterday, had a single in the 6th, capitalizing on Kenny Robinson. That one hit to third. Deflected by Martinez as he couldn't make the grab. That'll put both aboard. I don't know if they'll call it an error, but it will put runners at first and second. So it will be a second hit for the Panthers. Tough play to call there. They won't give the error on Martinez. Ponce would have had a difficult throw if he was able to range over and get it, if the ball wasn't deflected. It wouldn't have been able to turn 2 no matter what, but could have gotten out number 1. Fouled away, strike one. And it looks like there could be yet another chance for Davenport to take a lead against the Spartans. But after Davenport has scored, Tampa has responded this weekend with 28 unanswered runs, scoring 17 in Game 2 and 11 in Game 3. Runners take an initial lead, and that one's going to go right to Moran. The slow roller allows both to advance on what is essentially a sacrifice out. One down, and runners now at second and third. And one out now on the board to bring up Michael Gregus. If he's able to hit that ball to the outfield, he could bring home a sac fly. Honestly, any slow ball in play could do the same. There's a reason the third baseman's playing forward. Are they anticipating a squeeze? Swing and a miss, strike one. It's 0-1 to Gregus. It was a big win for the Spartans yesterday, but notably what Tampa was able to do in that game, get base hits. They had 19 in total. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Gregus behind in the count. Moran ahead, 0 balls, 2 strikes. On the corner, but ball one. Great take, tough take for Gregus. That'll bring the count to 1-2. No heavy leads from the Davenport runners. So I said something about a squeeze. I don't think they'll be gambling and going for it. In this situation, that's the type of move you do with 0 outs instead of 1 out. Swing and a miss, ties him up with a slider inside. Second strikeout for Moran, 2 away. Barbosa is the last chance this inning for Davenport. And this time he won't be able to get a sacrifice. He needs a clean base hit. Runners at second and third. That one missing just outside on the slider, 1-0. One ball, no strikes now. Tampa's 19 hits against Davenport yesterday, I'd imagine, is a season high for the Spartans. Tampa's had plenty of those high-scoring games. But believe it or not, as the count goes 1-1, most of the time, when Tampa scores a lot, it's because they walk a lot rather than hit a lot of hits. Tampa did draw a handful of walks in that game yesterday, but it was a very gritty outing for Colton Blankstrom, who only surrendered 2 free passes, as the count will go 1-2 to Barbosa. Obviously, for Barbosa, you don't want to give up 15 hits in an outing. That's genuinely not good for a pitcher. But he avoided the command issues that had plagued Davenport in Game 1 and made it through 6 innings. 1-2 on the way from Moran to Barbosa. Did he go? Checks with first base. He did not. It's 2-2. Speaking of our umpires, it's Austin McCurdy behind home plate, Sergio Lucero in the infield. We've had a different umpire crew for each of the 3 days. Two-two from Moran. This time gets the swing and a miss to retire the side. So it looked like we were about to have a repeat of yesterday. Davenport taking the lead again, but no. Tobin Moran gets out of the jam, and we're off to the bottom of the second, all level at the birdcage. Bottom of the second, about to begin from the birdcage. I'm Taylor Storthy. Thank you for tuning in on the SSC Digital Network. We've been here all weekend long at the University of Tampa as the Spartans look to make it a 4-game sweep and to get win number 20 for 2026. Coach Urso is over 1,080 wins in his illustrious career manning the helm for the Spartans. By season's end, he might hit the 1,100 milestone. He has won 7 national championships with Tampa, including 2 over the last 2 years. Strike one in the outside corner, and the inning starts with an 0-1 count to Jake Books. 0-1 now on the way from Easton Remick. That will be high and inside, a 1-1 count now. Jake Books, 4 home runs on the season, rallied after a tricky Friday performance. That'll miss. 2-1. Tampa's swinning was the overall national championships to close out the national championships weekend on the road. Great job from our Spartan swimmers to get back on top with national gold. There were plenty of great individual and team performances from Tampa to bring home yet another Spartan national championship. 3-1 count now to Jake Books. Walker Vanacek awaits. And it's a leadoff walk. Jake Books draws ball 4. Second walk out of Easton Remick. And this time it's the leadoff base runner getting on to bring up Walker Vanacek. Vanacek, the catcher turned first baseman, is hitting well this season, but he's also getting on base at a nice clip. High, ball 1. That'll make it a 1-0 count. Remick will check the runner. That'll be strike 1. Second time he's been able to find the zone this inning, and he'll make it a 1-1 count. Jake Books hasn't been the most aggressive on the base path. He does have 2 steals on the season. Tampa's been successful for 39 out of 44 steal attempts. Vanacek with a big fly to center. Apple tracking back, and he makes the catch. This time it doesn't get over his head. Books will be back safely at first. 1 away to bring up Javi Soto. So 1 out and an even count for Soto now, 0-0. Soto 1 for 4 yesterday. Delivered an RBI single in the third, part of a 5-run, 7-hit Spartans inning. That's where Tampa turned a 1-0 deficit into a 5-1 lead that eventually ballooned to an 11-1 run rule victory. Strike 1. Triple J at the bottom of the order for the Spartans. You got Javi, Jack, and Jesse back-to-back. Ray with the gloves, Sam with the bats. 0-1 now to Soto. Inside, 1-1. Soto slugging .592, getting on base at a .456 clip. He's had 13 free bases. He's been hit by a pitch 6 times. That one missing high and inside, 2-1. Three and 1. Soto comfortably ahead in the count now. One more ball on the 3-1 count will get him on base. Martinez on deck. Down in the dirt, ball 4, and Soto draws his 8th walk of the season. Remick hasn't been the most consistent throwing strikes. That will see the pitching coach head out to the mound. But this will just be a bit of a check-in as there's no activity in the bullpen, and you're not going to make that change yet, obviously. He's going to see if Remick can rally and find the zone. Trust the defense, get some contact. Both teams have been dealing with some injuries to start the season, with 2 on and 1 away. Jack Martinez picked up an injury during one of the opening outings of the year with a collision at home plate. He missed a little over a week of action before making a return, and now he forms a pretty dynamic left side of the Spartan infield. Coach Urso said that he feels happy that he's got a confidence in a lot of those guys on defense and on offense. He's got Ponce, Martinez, and Fikar that can play at third and short consistently as the count goes 1-0. So 1-0 missing high. Tampa was able to rotate in game 3 of the series. Game 2 yesterday as the call is outside 2-0. They were able to run Martinez at short for game 2 of the series. Fikar at third, Ponce at short, and now Ponce at short and Martinez at third, 2-1. And they've all done a pretty strong job of hitting. Ponce with some good situational play this weekend. Martinez and Fikar slugging pretty well. 2-2, tied him up with that inside fastball. Martinez behind the count with 1 away and 2 aboard. Here's the 2-2. Down to the dirt, ball 3. Ponce on deck. Tampa could load the bases right here. The only bad outcome for Martinez is a double play. Payoff pitch. And Martinez lines that to center. Epple will make the catch, 2 down. That one hit on a rope, but it lands in the center fielder's glove. 2 outs now with 2 on board still. And Jesse Ponce will try to convert and give Tampa the lead. Only once this weekend have Tampa been kept off the scoreboard in the first 2 weekends, or first 2 innings. Lefty on lefty matchup for Ponce. Bottom of the Spartans order. That one gets away and will allow both runners to advance. Now any Ponce hit doesn't just give Tampa the lead, but it probably scores Soto from second. Ball 1 off the wild pitch. 1-0 to Ponce. Ponce to third. That one dropped. Trying to throw his throw. It is not in time. Tampa takes a 1-0 lead with a timely play. It was too hot to handle for Lyford at the hot corner. And runners are at the corners with 2 down. They won't call an error on Lyford on the play. They say with the bobble that Ponce would have been safe. So it is going to be an RBI for Tampa's shortstop on their first hit of the game. 1-0 Spartans. And that one's going to get away. Second runner coming home. Flip to the pitcher is in time. Good recovery by Powenski on the wild pitch. Soto out by a step, and that will get Remick out of the jam. 1 hit, 1 run for the Spartans. They leave 1 on the base path as the wild pitch went from a disastrous spot to a good escape. Tampa leads entering the top of the 3rd. try to get home on that play.
What I'm saying is that he looks safe to me.
I think he was out. I think he got him out just in time. Sam Clay gets us started, top of the third. I'm Taylor Storthy. Thank you for tuning in to the SSC Digital Network. Tampa wearing their standard off-white home jerseys today, as this one's popped up and out of play. 0-1 now to Sam Clay. Tampa brought out the City Connects for Game 3 of the series. Those are always my favorite ones to see on the field for the Spartans. They got the 8-1-3 across the center of the jersey. And as we continue with Clay at the plate, he's looking to improve upon his ground out. And he'll be behind 1-1 in the count. I thought that was going to be strike two. Very close. Tampa take the lead in that bottom of the second. And it's up to Davenport to try to respond on offense for the first time all weekend. 1-2 to Clay. Eppel and Johnson also due up this inning. Down to the dirt. Good block by Irigoyen. Tampa now on a 3-game winning streak, a 2-2 count. That one's going to be rolled to short. Ponce on a couple of quick hops. Easy throw, one away. That'll bring up Wyatt Eppel. After dropping the 2 games against Georgia Southwestern on the road last weekend, definitely exactly what Tampa needs out of their response this time around. Currently 3rd in the ABCA national rankings. Don't know if they'll be able to improve this weekend, but there have been some interesting results at the top of the table across D2 this weekend. First pitch from Moran, missing low, ball 1. Couple of interesting results around the WBC as well. Defending champions Team Japan crashing out of the tournament with Venezuela, moving on to their first ever WBC semifinal. It actually also sends Venezuela into the Olympics as the count goes 1-1. So America versus the Dominican Republic, Italy versus Venezuela is the WBC semis. As that one's ripped to Ponce again, takes a hop to Ponce, throws on target, 2 down. 2 quick ABs, 2 quick plays for Ponce, and 2 outs in the inning. Johnson had a 2-out single. He'll be trying to get a repeat of that. Davenport have out-hit the Spartans today, 2-1. Tampa's been able to get a few more base runners, however, drawing 3 walks against Remick. First pitch from Moran. Strike 1. Ripped to right field with a lot of carry, and that is caught at the warning track. Had a chance to escape, especially with the shallow right field wall, but Johnson will have to wait to try to find home run number 7 next time. 3 up, 3 down. The first 1-2-3 inning for either team. Tobin and Moran keeping things quiet and keeping Tampa in front 1-0. We're off to the bottom of the third.
Yeah.
So we continue the bottom of the third. Easton Remick with a stellar start so far on the mound. And even though he gave up a run, it was quick defense, him and Pawinski combining to get out of the jam. Let's give a quick rundown of the Davenport defense as we start the bottom of the third. Gregus out in left, Eppel in center, Arbaugh in right, Lyford at third, Barboza at short, Clay at second, Johnson at first. Pawinski forms the battery. Remick was able to retire Woodburn on 3 straight strikes in his first at bat. Braden looking to rebound right here. Bit of a quiet weekend for the Spartan leadoff man. Ball one up high. Woodburn singled and scored in the 7th, coming home on a 3 RBI double from Jordan Evans. Inside, 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes to Woodburn. Crucially, Irigoyen was able to follow up the Evans RBI double with a walk-off bloop single. (2-0) on the way to Woodburn. Popped up. Should be in range for Lyford, but struggling to find it and can't get it in foul territory. Make it 2-1. That could be a costly play if Woodburn can convert for a positive outcome this at bat. That ball got lost in the sun. Coach Sam Motella was complaining about sun peeking into the dugout here for this early morning matchup. When I asked Sam if he'd rather the sun in the dugout than on the field, he said, well, I'm not in the field, so that's the answer. Here's the 2-1. Make it 3-1, just missing low. Close call, doesn't go the way of Remick. On deck is Gunnar Carlson. Will be a lefty-lefty matchup. Coming right up. Check swing, but it's on the corner. And he actually did go around. It would have been ball 4, if not for a swing by Woodburn. 3-2, Remick to Woodburn. That pitch count in this at-bat at 36. Popped foul, we stay full. Payoff pitch again. Ball 4, this time high, and Woodburn works a walk. Tampa gets walk number 4 of the game against Remick. For Woodburn, it's his 14th of the season. He's now got 23 free bases to just 10 strikeouts. Runner on first, Carlson ready to go. The infield not directly shifting against him this time. They've had some shifts that have been pretty aggressive throughout the weekend that Tampa's actually been able to hit through as the count goes 1-0. Evans also awaits. And I know he's hungry for some base runners. He's been able to get up to 26 RBIs on the season. Strong day yesterday for Evans, especially in Game 2. That one takes a weird hop away from Pawinski. Won't be able to get the throw in time. That will be a passed ball. So runner on second now with a 2-0 count to Carlson. Unlucky play there for Pawinski. He was able to get some praise from Coach Tidy with his very strong day at the plate yesterday. Notably, the Game 2 performance of the series. Game 1 of the action, where he hit that 2-run shot back in the first inning. But that wasn't all he did. He then singled in the third of that game and started the next game with 2 back-to-back hits before getting plunked, reaching base all 3 times in Game 3 of the series. On the corner, it'll be 3-1 to Carlson now. Evans still awaits. Will he get runners at first and second? A righty. Side armor stretching and tossing out of the Davenport bullpen. And Carlson into the gap. That will be caught. No! Dropped in and out of the glove on a sliding play. Arbaugh keeps it in front of him. And Woodburn advances to third on a single out of Gunnett Carlson. Second hit of the day for you, Tampa. Close play in right field by Arbaugh. And as Cooper Jimenez, the son of Coach Jose, picking up the bat and bringing it back home, it'll be Jordan Evans stepping up to the plate. Cooper wears the 34. He's a fan and team favorite, always in the dugout. He always joins the players pregame during warm-ups, at some of the team warm-ups. Having some fun on the field. Also participates in some of the kippy-up competitions that the players sometimes do as the count goes to a deep fly ball from Evans. This should be a sac fly. Woodburn tagging up, and it'll be 2-0 Tampa with one away. So that'll be RBI number 27 for Jordan Evans. One out, one on. The sac fly from Woodburn, a productive outcome, even if it's a little disappointing to have a first pitch out. One away now for Joander Irigoyen. Inside, ball one. One out on the board could lead to a double play. That would get Remick out of the inning and have him at least complete 3. Command has been here and there today. As Irigoyen's going to rip one into the gap. That could make it 3, but this time the diving catch is made. What a stop by Arbaugh. 2 outs now with the runner still at first. Arbaugh couldn't come up with the sliding play against Carlson, but this time going full out on the dive, makes an important catch. After a tricky day on the mound to close out the day yesterday, you know Arbaugh's got to be feeling great about making that stop. 2 outs and 1 on for Jake Books. He worked a walk last time and scored the opening run for the Spartans on the Ponce RBI. High, ball 1 to Books. Heart of the order due up for Davenport. They'd love to keep Tampa at 2 if they want a chance to try to rally on the scoreboard. Swing and a miss. Fastball ties up Books, and it'll be a 1-1 count. Good location high and inside there from Remick. How deep will he be able to go? High and inside. Books able to get out of the way. 2-1. Books has been hit twice this season. 14 free bases. Well, 15 now, counting that walk, to 16 strikeouts. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Books behind the count. Remick looking for one more strike to end the inning. Checks the runner. 2-2. High. 3-2. Full count to Jake Books. This time the runner will be going. No reason for Carlson to stay at first. They're not even going to actively hold him now. Payoff pitch to Books. Swing and a miss. Chases the fastball. Inning over. Second strikeout for Remick. 1 hit, 1 stranded. Sac fly for Evans brings home a Spartan run, and they'll extend to a 2-0 lead entering the top of the 4th. So Moran ready to continue. Top of the fourth about to begin. Moran and Irigoyen form the battery. Tampa's defense with Martinez at third, Ponce at short, Woodburn at first, or Woodburn at second, Vanacek at first. Soto in left, Evans in right, and Books Soto in left, Evans in center, Books in right. 2-0 Tampa. There was a change in Game 3 of the series, Game 2 yesterday behind home plate. Nick Pereira was able to pick up his first start of the season. Had pretty notable wrist surgery at the season's start. Usually takes about 6 to 8 weeks to recover, and only 6 weeks out from the surgery, Pereira was able to deliver a big day at the plate. That one's going to be rolled to third. In play for Martinez. Tough throw, and he makes it work. One away. What a play at the hot corner for Martinez. That reliable defense shining once again. But continuing on Pereira, from what Coach Ursa was saying, you know, he's happy to see Pereira off to a hot start in his first chances at the plate. And he also said that Pereira will be very important later in the year as the count goes 0-1. One strike to Aiden Warren. Imagine that Pereira and Irigoyen will be rotating at the catcher position a bit as the count goes 1-1. Here's Moran. Swing and a miss. Warren now 1-2. He worked a full count after getting 2 strikes early in his previous at-bat. So 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 away. High and outside, 2-2. He might have been looking back toward the breaking ball. Just couldn't get it. Swing and a miss. Going low for strikeout number 4. Great day on the mound for Moran, and he needs 1 more out to complete 4 innings. The big question is, does he return in the next frame? 2 outs now. Coach Urso said he wants Moran to go 4, but maybe with how he's been cruising, he could go for a 5th. Him going 4 might just be because Tampa wants to see their bullpen get more active. And as Ponce settles under this one, it is 4 innings of shutout ball out of Tobin Moran. And if that is day done, a very quick day that'll set him up in line for the win. Nice job for Tampa's number 14, off to the bottom of the 4th. So here we go. It'll be Easton Remick back on the mound through 3 innings. He's had the best start out of any of the Davenport starters this weekend. Only 2 runs surrendered in the early going. But 2 runs could be all Tampa needs. Bottom of the 4th continues. Walker Vanacek, Javi Soto, and Jack Martinez. First pitch now from Remick. He's on 57 in the game today. Tried to go outside. Ball one missing. It'll be a 1-0 count. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's Remick. High, 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes now. I also was able to ask Coach Urso about another Spartan rookie who's been impressive, Devin Goldberg. He's not even full-time on the main rosters. This one's flared into no man's land in right, and the first baseman comes up with the catch, 1 away, and that'll reset the count to 0-0. So 1 out on the board now for Javi Soto. Yeah, you mentioned that Goldberg's already impressed with really good defense. He's got good speed, and that he has been grinding at the plate to try to improve and become a full-time member of the Spartans roster. He's already made a handful of appearances on defense. He's even picked up 2 hits at the plate for Tampa. Always good to have him as a reserve guy in the infield. First pitch, ball 1 inside. Tampa with some pretty impressive depth across the board in the infield. You look at A.J. Graham and his elite power off the bench. You look at Jake Turr, the Swiss Army knife, who can go pretty much anywhere. 2-0 missing away. The only thing that's a little bit weaker, with Maddox King being absent from the lineup, is the outfield depth. But Books, Soto, and Evans, pretty reliable. You've got McCaffrey and McCara if you need someone else as well. 2-0 to Javi Soto. 2 balls, no strikes, and this one's fouled back. 2 balls and 1 strike. Easton Remick continues. He's had 4 walks today, but he has fanned 2. He has stranded 3 base runners for the Spartans. Right down low, 3-1. Soto flew out, or drew a walk in a full count. No, flew out on a full count last time. No, he actually did draw the walk. It was Martinez's full count where he flew out. 3-1 on the way to Soto. Ball 4, and Soto's going to draw his second walk of the game. Fifth walk for the Spartans. And one of the coaches in the dugout issuing a defensive instruction for the at-bat for Martinez. Active warm-ups continue, but they are going to give Remick, I'd imagine, 2 more chances. If you can't get Ponce, that's where they'll pull him. Driven into left field, and caught on the run. Makes a catch falling over. Gregus gets out number 2. Don't know if that would have brought Soto home, but would have been a dangerous hit. Big catch, and here comes Ponce. That one left the bat in a hurry. Runner on first and 2 away now. 2 outs on the board, no balls, no strikes for a new at-bat for Ponce. He singled with a 1-0 count in his previous plate appearance. Squares up for a bunt for a hit. That stays on the line, but just rolls foul. Strike 1. I like the idea out of Ponce, the third baseman playing back, and with a little bit of a shift in the infield, tried to take advantage and drop it on the ground. I wonder if he'll go back to it with 1 strike. Lyford is still playing pretty deep. Ponce would have been safe if that stayed fair. Ponce can beat you with power, but he also has a bit of flair with the small ball at the plate. This time swings and hits one to second. This time it's an easy scoop and toss for a clean inning of work for Easton Remick. 1 walk, 1 stranded, but Tampa hold on to a 2-0 lead entering the top of the 5th. We've played 4 at the Birdcage, and will there be a change? No, Moran will be back for the 5th when we come softball from time to time. Basketball's the only sport I don't do a lot of here at Tampa. But it's a lot of fun. Right, Dave? Well, that's what you want to do later. There's all fuzzy joke. So, top of the fifth, welcome back to the Birdcage. We are delivering you some Sunday morning baseball as we hit noon at the Birdcage. 7, 8, 9, due up for Davenport. It's Arbaugh, Gregus, and Barboza. Coach Urso said that he was going to roll with Moran for 4 innings. Count goes 1-0. But Moran's looked good out there, so he will get a chance for inning number 5. Only 49 pitches on the game as well. He's been able to keep things quick. The senior out of Palm Beach Gardens getting a big whiff, 1-1. In 2024, he transferred to the Spartans from the State College of Florida, as the count goes 2-1. We're actually from Santa Fe College. Last year, he redshirted, but he's back on the mound this year. 2-1 on the way from Moran. Hit to left field with a bit of carry. See ya! It's Arbaugh on the board, his first homer of the year. Got enough under that one, and it's now 2-1. Davenport with their third hit and first run of the game. And for the first time this season, or not this season, but today, Davenport have responded to Tampa scoring runs. Tampa had 32 unanswered runs in their games throughout the weekend, but now they cut the deficit to 1 after a leadoff solo shot. 1 down for not Michael Gregus. They are going to go to the bench. First pitch on the way. Squares up, and that one's going to be bunted behind. Cam Johnson at the plate. Oh and 1 on the foul bunt. Moran's flawless run outing unfortunately done after that big fly out of Arbaugh, who picks up his 3rd RBI and first homer of the season. As that one misses inside. Wow. That felt a little unfair to Johnson. 0-2. But hey, you can't fight City Hall. Unlucky strike called for Johnson. See how he recovers. On the corner, 1-2. Second deep start of the season for Moran. His first one against Valdosta State saw him surrender just 1 run. And this one as well, which could be going 5 innings, also sees him give up 1 on the board. Hit sharply to second. Woodburn's there and make it 1 down. 1 away for Joey Barboza, and that'll bring the count to 0-0 for the shortstop. So no balls and no strikes. Barboza, after getting that pinch hit appearance and single, has not been able to record a hit since. He did get an error that let him get on board in the 7th against Oscar Hernandez. Swing and a miss, strike 1 from Moran. Barboza went down on a strikeout in his first chance against Moran. Moran looking to complete a second trip through the order to wind and close out the 5th. 0-2, quickly ahead of Barboza. Clay waits on deck. Down low, good take, 1-2. So we continue the at-bat for Sam Clay. Hitting 3 for Joey Barbosa. Clay's on deck. Swing and a miss, and that'll bring up Clay. Irigoyen struggling to find the ball. Makes the throw on the drop, third strike. 2 down. 2 outs now to bring up Sam Clay. 5 strikeouts on the day for Tobin Moran. Two groundouts today, 1 to Martinez, 1 to Ponce. Clay trying to keep his average over 300. And the first base coach headed back over, as there will be some activity in the Spartans bullpen. Luke Fikar might be getting some warm-ups as the count will go 1-0 inside. Will Fikar be coming in the 6th or later in the game? That's the question. Only a 1-run lead for the Spartans. They'd love to extend that advantage in the bottom of the 5th. But for now, here's the 1-0 from Moran. Driven to left. That is going to drop in front of Soto for a base hit. 4th of the game for Davenport, and that'll put a runner on first with 2 outs. Eppel now to try to convert. Moran is feeling confident. Just 2 unfortunate hard-hit balls for him in this inning. Let's see what the Panthers center fielder can do with a tying run on first. Will Clay be active on the base path? He will not. Ball 1. 1-0 again for Tobin Moran. Tampa 12-0 at home this season. On the ground to third. Martinez is there. Across the diamond, in time, on target, inning over. So, 2 hits, notably 1 big fly ball. And Davenport cut the deficit to 1. That's all they can muster here in the top of the 5th. On to the bottom half of the inning, with Tampa getting their heart of the order and the top of the order coming up. A bad frame in the 5th. 64 pitches in total. This will certainly see the Spartan bullpen get active. But for now, they'll continue on offense against Easton Remick. He is back for the 5th with just 2 runs surrendered. Woodburn, Carlson, and Evans, 2 up for U Tampa. 2 hits on the day for Tampa. They have drawn 5 walks, but they've been a little less clutch in terms of advancing the runner and getting chances with runners in scoring position. Remick on 68 pitches. This one fouled back, number 69 for strike 1. I was able with Davenport to check in with Coach Kevin Tidy and ask him whether he thought Max Farrick, who played a bit of pitcher back in high school, even though he was primarily an outfielder, would maybe start to see more of an active role in the bullpen later this season as the count goes 0-2 after his great appearance yesterday in relief, getting 2 strikeouts and getting out of a jam. The answer, probably not. Down the line and fair. Right on the line. It'll be extra bases for Woodburn to start the inning. A standing double for the Spartans, number 2. first Tampa extra base hit of the game, and the first hit for the Spartans since the previous frame. 3 hits on the day now for Tampa. And that'll bring up Gunnar Carlson, a single and a walk. What can Carlson do here? Earlier in the weekend, he was able to homer. That was back in the 3rd inning of game number 2. 3 walks drawn in game number 1. Down in the dirt, Woodburn advances to 3rd. One and 0 now. 1 ball, no strikes on that awkward, wild pitch. Carlson's had 3 balls in each of his 2 at-bats today. Worked a walk in that first one and then singled in his second. The lefties have actually done a good job despite the platoon disadvantage against Remick today. Missing down low, 2-0 to Jake Books, or Gunnar Carlson. Carlson, the Rice transfer, has an incredible eye at the plate. Last season with the Owls, he got on board at a 245 clip. But has done a lot better here in Tampa as Carlson fouls that one away, 2-1. Carlson getting on base at a 549 rate, slugging at 603. Has an OPS over 1,150 this season. And that'll miss 3-1 to Carlson. He isn't who you'd normally expect here in the 2-hole for Tampa in the order. Usually, Tampa likes a gritty guy that can draw more sacrifice bunts than anything. But for Carlson, it's more that sabermetric approach of just purely getting on base. That'll be curtains for Remick, struggling to start the frame in the 5th. As Tampa put 2 base runners on, it'll be the side armor out of the bullpen when we come back on the SSC Digital Network. An effectively wild day for Easton Remick on the mound. He at most will have 4 earned runs as he exits with 4 innings, 3 hits, 6 walks, and 2 strikeouts, responsible for the 2 base runners with no outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Welcome back to the SSC Digital Network. A good start for the Spartans at the plate for the frame. A leadoff double by Woodburn, and Carlson puts runners at the corners with his walk. It's now Jordan Evans taking on the righty. Sidearm release for Gabe Helder out of the bullpen. Helder is the sidearm sophomore out of Lowell, Michigan, previously at USC Upstate. "13 strikeouts on the season, just 6 walks, 9.31 ERA and 8 appearances out of the bullpen. Likely just bad BABIP luck really killing him. 341 batting average against. He has had a really nice strikeout to walk ratio. Helder's favorite athlete is Tyler Rogers. He doesn't have as wild of a submarine motion as him, but kind of cool to see that the sidearm pitcher also enjoys a submarine legend from Major League Baseball. His favorite sports team is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kind of surprising to see that team out of Lowell, Michigan. Just like me, liking the Steelers out of Connecticut. Ball one, missing low and inside. Evans with a fielder's choice and sack fly today, picking up RBI number 27. He's 0 for 1. Hit up the middle, picked up at second. This could be two. Tampa's going to jump up to a 3-0 lead, and Evans is out. Woodburn scores. So that is going to be a double play turn by the Davenport infield. And not the best outcome to get if you are Woodburn, but you do score the run to put Tampa up by 3. Base is empty. 2 away now, so 2 outs on the board. As that'll bring up Joandri Irigoyen, who almost gets hit. Ball 1. There haven't been any hit by pitches yet for the Spartans. 1-0. So 4-6-3. Clay to Barboza to Johnson. Just missing inside. 2-0 now out of Helder. Remick will finish with 3 earned runs on the day, with all of his inherited runners either home or off the base path. Make it 3-0 now to Irigoyen. On the corner, strike 1 to Irigoyen. Jake Books is on deck, would be a lefty-righty matchup. Popped up, 3-2. Helder started his career with Illinois and transferred to SC Upstate last year, as that one's hit to short, and Irigoyen's going to be out with plenty of time to spare. Lengthy battle. Irigoyen can't win it. 1 hit, 1 run, no one left aboard after the double play. Helder can't fully escape the jam, but he limits the damage. Tampa up 3-1 through 5 innings. So it'll be day done for Tobin Moran as we enter the top of the 6th. And on the mound now for the Spartans will be Luke Fikar. Before we talk about Fikar, let's go with Tobin Moran's numbers for the day. 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. A very nice outing for Tobin Moran. Would have loved to preserve the 2-run lead that is eventually would have become 3. But that solo shot brought the deficit to 1. Tampa has given Fikar a 2-run cushion. Fikar in line for a hold at least, but also a chance to get a save if he goes the distance out of the bullpen. Urso loves the versatility he can get out of Fikar, not just at the hot corner, but on the mound. Always good when you can be deceptive like Fikar is with that sidearm motion. Warm-up complete. He'll face off against Johnson, Pawensky, and Warren. That trio is 1 for 5 on the day with a walk. Top of the 6th. First pitch of the inning to Johnson. Chopped foul, strike one. Fikar came out of the bullpen on Friday. One in the third clean, although he got into a little bit of trouble in the ninth, propping Josiah Velasquez to come into the game and close the door with 2 strikeouts. That one in the zone, 0-2. Johnson has not seen a ball today. Had an 0-2 single and an 0-1 flyout. And that one's also not going to be a ball. Fouled back by Johnson. Stays alive. Looking ahead for your Tampa Spartans. They will be hosting Palm Beach next weekend, starting on Friday at 6, and then another 1 p.m. Saturday doubleheader. Main difference next weekend, there will be no 4th game of the series on Sundays. The count goes 1-2. Already mentioned it a few times. Davenport will be hosting Roosevelt next weekend to kick off conference play back at home. Hit into right field. That's flared and fair. Books picks it up to keep him at first, but another 2-strike single for Justin Johnson. 5th hit of the game for Davenport, as they've actually been out hitting the Spartans. Runner on first, and that'll bring up Powinski, who now represents the game's tying run. Great weekend for him at the plate with that home run earlier, although he's 0 for 2 today. Inside, ball 1 from Fikar. Coach Tidy is hoping that his team can continue grinding at the plate as the count goes 1-1. Battle miss, 2-1. Nope. Quick pickoff throw. Runner is safe. Still 1-1. And now Fikar gets set. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Fouled back, still 1-2. Good battling by Powinski to stay alive. Outside, tried to clip the corner, make it 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Fikar trying to get some weak contact or a big swing and a miss. Popped up, in range, Vanacek tracking. That's going to land in front of him, out of play. Still 2-2. Hit to short, this could be 2. Ponce flips to Woodburn. Throw on target, 6-4-3. Base is now empty with 2 down off of the quick double play by the Spartans defense. And again, another great stop by Tampa's D. 2 down now for Aiden Warren. Something Coach Urso's got to love, no matter who's in the infield. Ponce, Martinez, Fikar, although he's now on the mound, they can get the job done. First pitch, strike 1, low and inside, Aiden Warren. 2 away, 0-1. On the corner, but missing, 1-1. Walked in his first at bat. Aiden Warren has not been able to get on base since. That one missing, 2-1. 3-1, just missing inside. And ball 4. A walk for Fikar. He hasn't had too many of those out of the bullpen. 2 down, and that will give Davenport a base runner. And bring up Travis Lyford again. Singled earlier on 2 strikes. Inside, ball 1. Popped out back in the 4th inning. Lyford looking for a better outcome here. Right on the corner. Strike 1 there to level the count. Hit sharply to center. That one's going way back. Off the wall. Won't be a ground rule double. It will score a run for Davenport. Not enough time for the relay. RBI double for Lyford. And Fikar surrenders his first earned run out of the bullpen this season as Davenport once again lowered the deficit to 1. 2 away for Aiden Arbaugh. He's got a lefty-righty advantage. Strike 1 in the outside corner. Arbaugh had a home run last time out against Tobin Moran. On the ground at first. Soaring foul, 0-2. Checks the runner. Fikar goes inside, doesn't get a swing. It's 1-2 now. Runner at second for Davenport with 2 away. That's the tying run. But can Fikar get out of the jam? Swing and a miss, ties him up with a slider. Some late offense from Davenport. The 2-out walk and 2-out double put them on the board. But with 1 runner stranded, Fikar escapes with the lead for the Spartans. 3-2 entering the bottom of the 6th. So we're ready to go. A brand new inning, but no brand new pitcher. Helder stays on the mound as Tampa looks to extend a 1-run lead. I'm Taylor Sworthy. Thank you for tuning in on the SIC Digital Network. Travis Lyford with a big base hit. Helped out the Davenport offense quite a bit. Let's see how Tampa responds. First pitch on the way. And that'll be ball one, missing inside. Books, Vanacek, and Soto do up this inning for the Spartans. Very strong core, batting 5, 6, and 7. 2-0 now, missing low and away to Books. Tampa will want some good discipline to get started right here. On the corner, 2-1. 4 homers on the year for Jake Books. Hasn't been able to put a ball in play for an outcome today. Swung and missed on his strikeout last time. And that will be ball 3. He'll be up 3-1 with Vanacek on deck. Ball 4. Leadoff walk for Tampa. First walk out of the bullpen for Helder to bring up Vanacek. Defensive calls from the dugout here. Vanacek 2 outs in play today. That one missing inside. Vanacek with a good dodge, 1-0. And we continue now with the 1-0 count. Throw to second goes high, and it's a successful steal for Books, but it'll make it to third on the errant throw. Surprising to see Books running, but it works out well as the count will go 1-1. So there is a strike on the play. But Books is now 90 feet away, and that one hits Vanacek. That one's got a sting. Yet another HBP for the Spartans this weekend. They've had quite a few hit by pitches. Six in yesterday's game. One in yesterday's game 2, and now 1 in game 3. Over 10 hit by pitches drawn by the Spartans this weekend. Runners at first and third. No out still as the count goes 1-0 to Javi Soto. This could be just what Tampa was looking for. Jack Martinez on deck as well. Foul back, 1-1 to Soto. That one inside, a good dodge by Soto. If that plunked him, it would have loaded the bases. 2-1. Good move by Soto getting out of the way. No outs on the board here. So a very good start for the Spartans potentially. Bottom of the 6th. That one again missing. Ball 3. They might have to go to the bullpen if this is another walk by Helder. Would be bases loaded with no outs. Here's the 3-1 to Soto, who's drawn 2 today. On the corner, strike 2. I wonder if they'll send Vanacek with 2 strikes. No outs, first and third. Hit to short, picked up on a dive. They'll throw for the first out. Throw is away, so they can't get the second out. Books scores on a fielder's choice. 4-2 Tampa. That'll be another RBI for Soto. Runner on first with 1 away. So Soto safe on the play off the high throw. That one will not be an error on the Davenport defense. So Soto at first waiting for the Martinez outcome of this at bat. And that will be strike 1 to open the at-bat. 0-1 to Martinez. That's a very good ground ball to get if you're Helder. It does bring a run home, but it crucially allows you to get the first out and not have the bases loaded. Might be a boost of confidence. Martinez down 0-2 in the count. 2 flyouts today for the Tampa third baseman. Inside, almost hits him. Safe at second, running was Javi Soto. And don't know if they'll call that a steal for Soto. But he is in scoring position as the count goes 2-2. Martinez staying alive in the at-bat. Inside, ball 3. Given that the stats team has forgotten to input onto our live stats page what the outcome is, as that one hits Martinez, I will call that a steal for Javi Soto, as 2 are on with 1 away. Ponce ready to go, and will they make the call to a lefty with 2 on and 1 out with the command slipping again? Second hit by pitch for Tampa today. Fresh supply of balls from the dugout supplied by Merrick Hunt, freshman pitcher for the Spartans. For now, it's a righty-lefty matchup for Ponce against Helder. And I think they will be making a call to the bullpen. Catcher coming out to the mound to give a little extra time for the lefty to warm up. And yes, that will be curtains for Helder. Solid appearance in the first inning out of the bullpen, but Tampa starting to get to him here will lead to a quick change. We'll be right back here as we continue the bottom of the 6th. Tampa up 4-2. Bottom of the 6th, a lefty to take on Ponce in his high leverage spot. 1 out, 2 on. It's Skorupski to try to get out of the jam. For the season, out of the bullpen, Skorupski has had a 16.62 ERA, but notably he's had a good job throwing strikes. 6 strikeouts, 3 walks on the season. And they're hoping that the lefty will be able to find the zone. That's been the big thing that Davenport have needed to find. Ponce had an RBI single in the second. He'd love an RBI right here. Woodburn also awaiting on deck. As long as there's no double play, Woodburn would get a big chance as well. Beautiful day on the U-Tampa campus. Spring break happening across Tampa and a lot of colleges around the nation. Things kind of quiet on Tampa as a result, surprisingly. But it's also good for parking on campus, I'll say that. There will be some midweek action across the board for Tampa, but it's been a very busy weekend. Swimming national championships, softball and lacrosse with action. The Bruce is loose over at the Nemoli Family Stadium for those broadcasts for lacrosse. You can go check that out as well on Tampa Spartans TV. Game 2 of the action will probably be continuing when this game is done and dusted. But for now, it's Ponce at the plate taking on Skorupski. Brandon Skorupski, senior out of Wixon, Michigan, previously at St. Mary's, 5'9" left-hander. And he's got a big job right here. Get out of the jam. One down. First pitch to Ponce. Flared foul, swung at the first pitch. The pinch hitter, Cam Johnson, who has stayed in the game in left field, is due up in the next inning. 8-9-1 for Davenport. Down to the dirt, good block. Polenski can't find it at first as the count goes 1-1, 1 ball, 1 strike. So one's across the board for Tampa's 44. That one outside, 2-1. Ponce out of Northern Oklahoma Enid. One of the big things he mentioned, which was different about Tampa to Northern Oklahoma, was the weather, which makes a lot of sense. Line to third, caught with the glove. Not enough time to turn 2. What a stop by Leifert. 2 away. If he doesn't get that, Tampa goes up 5-2. Nice play at the hot corner. 2 outs to bring up Braden Woodburn. That's why they call it the hot corner. That was a line shot out of Gency Ponce. Unlucky to bring up Woodburn, 2 down. After the first bat strikeout, Woodburn's gone on base twice and has scored as a base runner. Curveball in the corner, strike 1. Full count walk and a 2-strike double for Woodburn. He's had 2 strikes in each of his at-bats. The most recent one of the final ones for Easton Remick. Inside 1-1 for Woodburn. You imagine Fikar will be back for the next inning. Could see Tampa go with someone new as that one's fouled for 1-2. Fikar will have done enough for the hold out of the bullpen. Keeping a clean 6th inning. Moran in line for his first win of the season at the moment. Flared to right. Could this drop as a blooper? Everyone's chasing. They won't get it. 1 run scores, and they're going to send the second runner home. No, they're going to hold him up at third. Just in time for Martinez to stop running. Soto scores an RBI single. That one dropped in no man's land. Clay and Arbaugh couldn't get it. It is now 6-2 Spartans. 5-2 Spartans. First multi-run inning of the game for Tampa. And Gunnar Carlson taking on the lefty, ready to go. He's drawn 2 walks today against the lefty Remick. He also had a single. Very productive day at the plate for Gunnett. Outside, ball 1. 77 pitches, 36 strikes for Easton Remick. 25 pitches, 9 strike for Helder. He didn't give up a hit against the Spartans. And there's a swing and a miss, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 away. Actually, and runners at the corners too, so runner at third as well. balls and strikes have been what Davenport has struggled with all weekend as the count goes 1-2. It's Carlson. Skorupski might be able to help them out right here. Quick pickoff. Easy throwback to first. Woodburn's been pretty aggressive on the base path this season. He has stolen 12 bases, but he's also been caught both times he's tried to steal this weekend. So he's now 12 for 15 on the base path. High, but in range for the center fielder Eppel, as long as he doesn't lose it in the sun. Catch made, inning over. Big inning for the Spartans. They scored 2, they strand 2, as they jump to a 5-2 lead. They're up by 3 entering the top of the 7th. We'll be right back. Baseball camps happening in June and July. You can go to Tampa Spartans or TampaBaseballCamps.com to sign up now for ages 5 to 14. Should be pretty cool to see. I'd imagine there are also some soccer camps as well to check out. Either way, top of the 7th about to begin. I say that because I've got 2 members of the soccer team helping me out working with the broadcast today. Shout out to the boys doing a great job on the scoreboard, as that is going to be ball 1 missing low, Fikar against Johnson. Johnson had a pinch hit appearance in his previous at-bat, grounded out to second. Interesting to see Greg is substituted, hopefully not an injury change, as there's a swing and a miss, 1-1. Always love seeing different members of sports teams here at the ballpark helping out either behind the scenes work in the games or on our stand as one nights. Fill in the stands as that one's flared to right, but should be an easy play for Books. 1 away. 1 out quickly to start the top of the 7th. The stand as one games are always so fun to see with Tampa teams filling the stadiums. It wasn't a stand as one game last year, but I remember a moment when Tampa baseball came to town during the softball playoffs, and they brought an electric atmosphere to the Moley Family Stadium, as entering the game will be Carson Lindau off the bench. Squares up, it'll be strike 1, missing the bunt. 0-1 to Lindau, the sophomore back in the lineup out of Kalamazoo, Michigan.
I know Kalamazoo.
And now it's, I thought that was strike 2. Tampa did get a pretty crazy call earlier in the game on the mound. That one might have been a payback call, 1-1. 1 out for the number 1. 1's across the scoreboard for Lindau. And he's going to roll that to first. Quick flip. Fikar gets it. 2 down. One big thing for Fikar is his defense. He plays the hot corner, so he knows how to field balls cleanly. And Coach Urso said that if it wasn't during his last outing for Fikar's quick reactions on the mound, things could have been a lot different in his first out against Davenport. It is so good of an asset to have a very nice fielding glove alongside a good pitching arm if you're a pitcher. Ball 1 to Sam Clay. We're back to the top of the Davenport order. 4th trip through the lineup as Fikar continues to look for a hold, maybe even a 4-inning save, as that's one fouled 1-1. Tampa have other players ready to go. They could get Alex Lash out of the bullpen. 1-2. Velasquez is available too. He pitched on Friday to get out of the previous game. Sammy Beer probably not. He has been resting throughout the weekend. He had 2 big appearances last time out. That one singled up the middle to keep the inning going. Second hit of the day for Sam Clay. Did so against Fikar in the 5th. Tampa still getting out-hit by Davenport. 7 hits on the game for the Panthers. 4 hits for the Spartans, but they've notably drawn 7 walks and have been hit by 2 pitches. Inside, ball 1 to Eppel. 3 groundouts today for Eppel, and he's facing a player that can coax a lot of weak contact in Fikar. Deceptive sidearm motion as we continue. Hit up the middle. Woodburn gets there in time. Not enough time to get the force at second, so he'll make the throw to end the inning. Great range out of Woodburn. 1 hit, 1 stranded. That is the 6th runner stranded for the Davenport offense. And Fikar completes 2 innings of 1-run ball out of the bullpen. He did give up his first earned run, but he's kept things quiet for the hold. We'll see if he's back for the 8th. As it's stretch time at the Berg. So we continue the action here at U Tampa. We hope to see you at the park next week as Tampa hosts Palm Beach Atlantic if you're a Spartans fan. Feel free to stop on by Friday at 6, Saturday at 1 with a doubleheader. They'll also be active here next Monday on the 23rd against Warner, which is country night for the Spartans. Tampa then will have a road trip the next weekend before beginning April with alumni and Little League night. They also have a throwback night coming up. That should be exciting when they face Valdosta State. But for now, Davenport is ready to go. 5-2 in the bottom of the 7th. The lucky 7 for the Spartans. Starting out with no outs here in the new inning. And it's Jordan Evans. First pitch. Ball 1. Jordan Evans, a big fan of Tampa's culture. That's one thing he's liked most about Tampa since coming here as a transfer, as that's going to be 2-1, bouncing in the dirt. Skrupski stays on the mound for Davenport, got out of the jam previously, giving up an RBI single from Woodburn, but getting 2 outs alongside it. 2-1 now, hitting the inside corner. Evans was able to have a couple good days despite some awkward hit by pitches. Got plunked in the helmet yesterday as that's flared foul, 2-2. One thing Evans mentioned is that he feels that the team, they're really connected together. They all strive towards the same goal. That is something that he likes about the Spartans. Hit up the middle, picked up at second. Throw to first is in time, on target, 1 down. And that'll bring up Joander Irigoyen. Tampa's been unable to jump to that huge lead like they did in games 2 and 3. A lot closer to the 4-0 game 1 win that they had back on Friday. Skrupski against another righty. The lefty Books awaits. First pitch coming up from Skrupski. Down to the dirt, 1-0. Full count ground out for Irigoyen last time. Quiet day for Irigoyen at the plate. But it has been a really good weekend for the Spartan catcher as a DH in Game 2. Picked up 2 hits, including the game-winning RBI. That one's going to be extra bases. Irigoyen's going to hustle to second, and they aren't covering the bag. The throw would have been close as it bounces off of Irigoyen. 1 out double to set the table for Jake Books. Love the hustle out of Irigoyen on that play. And also from Cooper Jimenez taking the loose bat to clear the box for Jake Books. Cooper Jimenez wearing the 34. Always a fan favorite and team favorite at the ballparks. He also had some people excited for his appearances back in Cary, North Carolina last year as Tampa defended their national trophy. Urso checking on Irigoyen after getting awkwardly hit at second, and Tampa will go with a pinch runner. Hopefully Irigoyen's all right. Will be more of a precautionary check right here as they also bring in a fresh set of legs on the base path. I think it'll be Matthew Fogel, I'd imagine, coming in to play defense. While Nick Pereira is healthy, I think you'd rather keep him resting for the big games later this season. Urso stressed that Pereira will be an important player. And let's see who they're bringing on. It'll be A.J. Graham pinch running. You rarely see pinch runners for the Spartans. And with 1 out here, we continue with a runner on base. Tampa now 5 hits in the game. So with Graham in scoring position, here's Books. Ball 1 in the dirt. Graham was unsuccessful in his lone steal attempt. In 2021, he got drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Hit foul. 1-1 now to Jake Books. 2 walks today for Jake Books, showcasing solid discipline. Tampa as a team have jumped their on-base percentage this weekend to .457. And they are almost at 150 walks on the season. Swing and a miss, 1-2. High fastball getting in the chase. 1 out, 1 in scoring position for Tampa. The scoreboard is wrong in center field, showing 2 outs on the board. That one low, 2-2. Scoreboard on the broadcast is perfect, however. And they have now finally fixed the 1 out on the Fred E. Pollock scoreboard. A really nice addition to the birdcage over the offseason. I do like the classic scoreboard Tampa uses. There's a swing and a miss, out number 2. First strikeout for Skrupski out of the bullpen. 2 down now to bring up Vanacek. But I think the new scoreboard is nicer. We also get to show some video packages up there from time to time as well. Including those player intro cards. The one that's currently on the board is for Walker. First pitch. On the corner, ball 1. 0 for 2 day for Vanacek. He got hit back in the 6th. Wanted 2 batters to be plunked by Helder. Vanacek down the line. That'll bring home Irigoyen if it drops, but it's caught on a tumbling grab by Johnson. Great defense by Davenport today. A 1 out double does not do enough for Tampa to continue the scoring streak. An unlucky, lucky 7th for the Spartans as Skrupski keeps things quiet. 5-2 Tampa. 6 outs to go for the Panthers offense. So we'll call to the bullpen. It'll be Alex Lash coming in for a hold or even save opportunity right here. It'll be the junior out of New Orleans, coming out of Delgado Community College. 2.13 ERA last season, 52 strikeouts in 38 innings. A spot starter for Delgado with some bullpen appearances. This year he's been exclusively out of the Tampa bullpen, but he likely will pick up the final 2 frames. Before game 2 of the series yesterday, I noticed Lash was doing some pregame warm-ups with a javelin pole. That throwing kind of warm-up style pioneered by Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the ace of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Yamamoto was featuring yesterday in the WBC for Team Japan as well, but Team Japan came up short, their quest to repeat coming to a close against Venezuela. The team with Ronald Acuna Jr. going pretty far. Would be exciting to see Venezuela or Italy in the final. They're facing off on Monday. I know Tommaso up here in the booth is hoping it's Team Italy. First pitch on the way. It'll be Johnson, Powensky, and Warren due up to take on Lash. Ball 1 outside. It is a successful hold for Fikar out of the bullpen. 3-run lead for the Spartans. And if Lash goes 2 innings, he'll be in line for the save. Would be his first of the season. Foul back, 1-1. There have been 6 saves for the Tampa pitching staff. 3 out of Sammy Beer, 2 out of Luke Fikar, 1 out of Josiah Velasquez. There is some activity in the Tampa bullpen. It could be Velasquez trying for a second save. The 1-1 hitting the corner, 1-2 to Johnson. Has had 2 two-strike singles today. Did so back in the 6th. Got caught out on a double play, however, with Powensky, who was on deck. Outside, 2-2. Pereira is going to get the outing behind home plate. Replacing Graham after they made the pinch running change. Hopefully it is not an injury for Irigoyen after getting hit by the ball. That one's going to be rolled to first. Great sliding grab by Vanacek. Lashes there, 1 down. Great stop on defense for the Spartans, 1 away. First pitch coming up. Powensky quiet, but he's got the ability to jump in, make some big performances. 1-0 missing from Lash. 0 for 3, but what a day he had at the plate yesterday. That's going to miss again. 2-0 now. 2 balls and no strikes to the catcher for Davenport. Hit foul and out of reach of Vanacek. It does stay in foul territory, however. 2-1. Still 1 out for Lash. It's 2-1 count to Powensky. That's going to miss 3-1. That one hit high. Could drop as a blooper. Woodburn giving chase. Makes the running catch. It actually bounces into the glove of Books, but first it goes off the turf. So it's a single. 1 on, 1 away for Aiden Warren. Tough to read, but Woodburn couldn't come up with it. It bounces for Jake Books. An awkward ball for Tampa to get to. They're usually able to defend those a bit better as the count goes 1-0 with a runner on first for Aiden Warren. Tying run on deck for Davenport. They'd love to try to keep their momentum going on offense. They couldn't score in the 7th, but neither could Tampa. Tampa's been able to respond every single time Davenport has scored, however, as that one's fouled back 1-1. Difference today, though, is that Davenport have also been able to respond to the Spartans. Time called as a different ball rolls onto the field. Still 1-1. That one was, I think, a warm-up ball that just kind of went the wrong way from the bullpen. No idea how it went all the way down here, though. I'll say that. 1-1 count continuing. Outside, it'll be 2-1. Three and one. On deck is Travis Lyford. 2 hits on the day for him with an RBI. And he would be the tying run if Lash can't get out number 2. We're a ball in play right here. Swing and a miss. Full count now for Warren. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Will they send the runner with 1 away? Pawlenski at first. Down to the dirt, ball 4. Close call on the payoff pitch.
Penalty.
Bit of a dangerous spot for Lash. How can he battle back? He's had some nice stuff out of the bullpen this season. 10 strikeouts in 11 innings.
Shame on.
I think I got his numbers mixed up slightly with Sammy Beer. It's been pretty effective for the most part. Just down low, ball 1 missing from Lash to open the new at bat. 2 on, runners at first and second now with 1 away. And it's a 1-0 count. Two and 0 missing from Lash. That might see some more aggressive warm-ups in the bullpen. And I wonder if there'll be Sam Militello coming out there too. Pinch runner coming into the game. Garrett Swan replacing Warren at first. Interesting idea there with a 2-0 count. Oops. On the corner, finally gets the call, 2-1. This is the longest an at-bat for Lyford has gone. Picked up hits in an 0-2 and 1-1 count previously. Lash low and inside, 3-1. His command a little shaky. He's had more balls and strikes. And that is ball 4, bases loaded. No movement from the Tampa dugout. Although actually there is. Lash will be done, Urso, to make the call to the bullpen. He got the first out, but a hit and 2 walks in a row put Tampa in danger. A fireman is needed out of the bullpen. We'll see who it is when we come back on the SSC Digital Network. Bases loaded, 5-2 Spartans lead. Actually, no, I don't think so. Bases loaded. Josiah Velasquez gets the call out of the bullpen. The lefty arm, previously out of Florida Southwestern College, who had gotten out of a jam in the 9th inning in Game 1, is back 2 days later. Try to get out of the jam right here. It's Aiden Arbaugh, Johnson, and Lindau due up. Some warm-up swings from Cam Johnson on deck. I don't know if they'll keep the lefty in. There are also some warm-up swings for Vincent Hardy, who will be the pinch hitter. Lefty change and a righty batter. Hardy, a senior out of Farmington, Michigan, previously at Lansing Community College. Hardy hasn't gotten a hit in 3 tries as the count goes 0-1. Velasquez, meanwhile, very effective for Tampa out of the bullpen. 1.35 ERA. He's struck out 7 in 6 innings. Swing and a miss. 0-2. That was the first save of the season for Velasquez last time out in that win on Friday night. And he's in an even more important save spot right here on the corner, 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 away here in the top of the 8th. There is 1 out on the board already. Let's see what Velasquez can do here to try to get that second. Swing and a miss! Backdoor slider getting a big cut. 2 down in the inning. And that'll bring up Cam Johnson. Came on as a pinch hitter. Had a great diving catch and left as an outfield sub. The sophomore out of Allen Park has the bases loaded. Johnson 4 for 24 on the season. And it's a balk! They say Velasquez got set and unset, and it's now a 2-run game. Wow. Not what you want to see if you're the Spartans, but a balk gives up a run for Davenport. It also eliminates the force and puts the tying run in scoring position. Ball 1 missing low from Velasquez. But wow. Unlucky for Josiah. Oh, still a 2-run lead for the Spartans, but that will make it a little scarier. And that's going to get through the hole. Picked up in Soto and left. They'll send the tying run to the plate. Soto's throw is close. And they get the tag. No! Pereira can't touch the runner. Game tying double out of Cam Johnson. The throw was on time, but the tag was not on target. And it's 5-5 in the birdcage. 2 RBIs on the game for Johnson. That makes it 8 on the season for him. And he'll stay in scoring position as the go-ahead run. Can Davenport continue to force their first lead change? That goes in their favor this weekend as the count goes 1-0. Lindau replaced for a pinch hitter. It's the 27 of Parker Neal. One and one now from Velasquez. Just a clean base hit on the previous play by Johnson. And I thought that throw from Soto would have been on time, but not close enough on the tag at home plate. 2-1 now, missing outside from Velasquez. We'll see who else is warming up out of the Spartans bullpen, as Tampa's now in a position where they'll be trying to take the lead. Swing and a miss. 2-2 from Velasquez. This will actually be a blown save for the lefty out of the bullpen. Chopped foul, 2-2. Two to Velasquez. Runner goes to third, but that one, the hit and run helps. They're sending the runner home, but he's going to be out. No, Pereira can't burn the ball. The hit and run almost backfired as it put the third baseman in the perfect spot, but Martinez couldn't come up with it. They send the runner home. Ponce can't make the throw on target, and it allows Davenport to go up 6-5. Davenport have the lead with 2 outs, and it allows Neal to get all the way to scoring position. Lined up the middle. That'll extend the advantage. Picked up in center. Evans' throw is offline. It is 7-5 Davenport. Back-to-back-to-back runs. When it rains, it pours. This time only a single, but a 5-run top of the 8th, and the Panthers have taken a 7-5 lead against the Spartans. Velasquez going to continue, with the leverage starting to drop. No reason to make the call to the bullpen just yet. Give him a chance to escape the inning. Velasquez would now be in line for the loss of the pickoff throw. But this has turned into a disastrous frame for the Spartans. Militello to come out there to talk to Velasquez. Likely to try to settle him down. This time situational fielding and pitching going wayward for the Spartans. As we continue the game, an even 0-0 count for Eppel after that first pitch RBI by Clay. Not only helped Davenport with the lead, it extended it to 2. The balk brought home run number 3. 2 RBI double by Johnson tied the game. The error on the play from Neal brought home run number 6, and it's Clay, who's been unlucky all season. A clutch hit to make it 7. The most productive inning for Davenport. They've had some barn burners this season. Add this one to the list. 7-5, first pitch to Eppel. Conference on the mound complete. Ball 1 up high. We could actually see Tampa get hit around the order in this frame. Slider hitting the zone 1-1. Hit and deflected off the glove of Martinez. The runner is going to hold up at second. Martinez can't make the catch on another base hit for Davenport. They're 11th of the game. But the big thing, at least, is that Martinez stopped that from going straight to Soto, who were down to the corner. That could have scored the runner from first with 2 away, and that'll go to the bullpen for Tampa. That'll be day done for Velasquez. Pitching change as it's Justin Johnson getting a second at-bat of the inning. Tough one for Velasquez. Couldn't escape the jam this time. 7-5 Davenport with 2 runners. We'll be right back. So, an unsuccessful outing for Velasquez. You got to feel for him. A lot of just well-hit balls from the Panthers. Not much you can do about that on the mound. The error out of Ponce, a rare missed throw from our shortstop, also not helping. And Davenport have jumped to a 7-5 advantage. Cade Drohan gets a chance to try to clean things up for Tampa with 2 on and 2 away. It'll be a no decision for Tobin Moran, who stays at a 0-0 record. Easton Remick also has a no decision now, keeping out a 1-3 record. Skorupski in line for the win would be his second winning decision of the season if this holds. Tampa have 6 outs to find 2 runs. 2 base runners on the board, though, for Clay and Epple. Justin Johnson with 2 away. Cade Drohan ready to go. The senior out of West Palm Beach transferred to Tampa out of Virginia Tech. Drohan has a 4.5 ERA in 8 innings. He struck out 11 and had 4 walks. First pitch from Drohan. On the corner, strike 1 to Johnson. He grounded out to start the inning and will have an at-bat to potentially end the inning. Cade Drohan's brother got traded to the Brewers from the Red Sox recently in a notable off-season trade. Interesting note to see that as the count goes 1-1. It prevented Tampa from having 3 family members of players on the Red Sox organization. Zach and Drew Earhart. Drew, the former Spartan legend, and Zach, his brother, who played in D1. Both are on Boston's organization. Cade's brother would have made it 3 with the Red Sox in terms of relatives that have Spartan ties in Boston. But they got moved to the Brewers. 2-1 now from Cade Drohan. High, 3-1 from Cade. On deck is Powenski. I don't think you want to face him with the bases full. There are 2 outs. All Drohan needs is 1 more to escape what has been a disastrous inning for the Spartans. Swing and a miss. Full count now. Both runners will be going. Tampa's only had 3 games this season where they've conceded 8 or more runs. They did so against Post in a win. They did so against St. Leo in a win. Did so against Lynn in a win. They've surrendered 7. That's going to be up the middle, and it might be 8. That'll drop. The runner comes home safe. And the relay from Evans just keeps runners at first and third. Easy to score at second when running on the full count pitch. Clay makes it 8-5 for Davenport. And Powenski gets a second try this inning with 2 base runners. Thanks to the error out of Ponce, these runners will be unearned for Velasquez. But it still would put him in the loss column if Tampa can't make what now could seem more like a miraculous comeback. However, what do you do for the bullpen if you're Davenport? Skorupski's been waiting a while. You probably need someone new. First pitch out of Drohan to Powenski. Strike 1 on the corner. Oh, 1 from Drohan. Down low, 1-1. That one just missing. Only had 2 chances for the Hokies of Virginia Tech last year. Was very active at Indian River State College, though, in 2023 and 2024. Powenski deep to left. This could drop, though, in no man's land. Ponce can't get to it. No, he does, coming up with an important catch. The damage, however, more than done. An error and 5 hits bring home 6 for Davenport. 2 are stranded. Drohan able to limit the damage, but Davenport in line for an upset to avoid the sweep. Tampa need to find a way to get 3 when we come back.
Why they pay 3 games?
First pitch of the brand new inning, missing down low. It is Skorupski staying on the mound for Davenport. Skorupski and the pitching staff for the Panthers need 3 more outs to upset the Spartans and avoid a sweep. 1-1 as it's Soto, Martinez, and Ponce due up. What a top of the 8th it was for Davenport, chaining 6 on the board to not only take their first lead outside of the opening innings of the weekend, as this one's rolled to short. Will be a close play. Soto hustling. He is safe. Great hustle by Soto, a leadoff single, and that'll bring up Jack Martinez. Coach Tidy was hoping that his team would be gritty and show some energy and fight. They did just that in that top of the 8th. And if Tampa can make the comeback happen, I still think that this is a very big positive that you can take into conference play if you're the Panthers. But obviously, coming back from a 3-run deficit, easier said than done. Soto at first. He'll stay put. Skorupski first pitch. Ball 1, missing low to Martinez. That was close, but no cigar. tricky one there for Velasquez. Tried to get out of the danger when Lash had some command issues. But some timely hits, which is what plagued Tampa last weekend, but hasn't really plagued them this weekend, is what's really been the difference maker. Swing and a miss. Vicious changeup. It's 1-2 to Martinez. He got plunked in the sixth. One of the final batters that, he was actually the final batter that Helder faced. Ponce on deck has faced Skorupski before. 1-2. Soto at first. He stays put. Swing and a miss. Drop third strike, and that'll send Martinez back to the dugout. One down now in the top of the eighth. 5 outs to go for the Spartans offense. Been a bit of a wild outing for Skorupski out of the bullpen. Had a clean clean seventh inning. And now one aboard to start the eighth as it's 1-0 missing outside with 1 out. That one on the corner, missing 2-0. 8-5 Davenport here at the bottom of the eighth. That one low and inside, 2-1. A ton of defensive changes. I think that's what the delay of the live stats is currently showing. We saw Neal enter the game for Barboza, Harley for Arbaugh. That one's going to be ripped to left. It's another hit for Tampa. Their 6th of the game, or 7th of the game. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate for the Spartans. And that is the bat of Braden Woodburn. Will they go to the bullpen now? Tampa's offense starting to wake up at the right time. I think that previous inning was maybe a kick in the teeth that the Spartans definitely needed. They were feeling comfortable and relaxed entering the day, but it is a reminder that anything can happen in baseball. Ball 1 to Woodburn. And also remember to not underestimate any opponent. Great fight back for the Panthers. And now they got to work a way out of this 1-out jam. 2 on for Woodburn. 1-0 count. On the corner, strike 1. Woodburn had an RBI single. He doubled in the 5th as well. He is 2 for 3. Fennick, the two-way man, is actually out in left field now. Neal is out in right field as the count's going to go 1-2 to Woodburn. Clay is shifted over to short. Eppel is moved from center field to second base. And that's it for the defensive swaps. That one's going to miss, make it 2-2. Good take by Woodburn. I checked in with Coach Tide. He mentioned that Fennick did actually pitch in high school. That wasn't his first time ever on the mound. But he's likely not going to have too many chances. As that's Woodburn flared out to center, tracking back to the second baseman. Would be an infield fly rule if it was a bit more shallow, but it is out number 2. To bring up Gunnett Carlson. Lefty on lefty for Skorupski. Carlson's gotten on base 3 out of 4 times today. Can he make it a 5th? Well, 4th of 5th successful. 2 outs in the inning. And an even 0-0 count now for Tampa's number 0. Heart of the Spartans order is who you want to see in this spot. Can Carlson deliver? On the corner, strike 1. Skorupski, a lengthy outing continuing. And he has looked good out of the bullpen. 2 runners surrendered so far of those 2 hits. But can he make a great escape for the Panthers? Hit to third and foul. It's 2 strikes to Carlson. The sky is growing a bit more cloudy. Things remaining nice and dry, though. Again, there won't be any rain until much later today. Oh, 2 to Carlson. Ball 1, just low, and Davenport fans were ready to go crazy. Close, but no call there. Carlson stays alive. He's got a very good eye at the plate. That one in the dirt. Both runners do stay put. It bounces forwards in front of Pawensky. 2-2 to Carlson. He loves full count at bats, and he's going to flare this one foul to keep it alive at 2-2. Two balls, two strikes from Skorupski. Tipped foul, and Carlson doing a great job battling and staying alive. Two again. Down low. Ball 3, and this time the runners will be in motion. Payoff pitch coming up. Jordan Evans also awaits. Dangerous batter to face. And it's the 3-2 to Gunnar Carlson. Ball 4. So close, but Skorupski doesn't get the strike. Hardest decision for Coach Tidy. Do you trust Skorupski? Do you make the change with the bases full? All eyes are at the dugout. And yes, they will go righty-righty for Jordan Evans. What an outing for Skorupski, though. He almost brings us to the ninth. He is in line for the win. Would be his second of the season. But a tactical change here with one of the most dangerous Spartan bats due up. He's hitless today, but he's brought home 2 runs. You reckon he's due. Well, we'll be right back. An exciting finish. We actually got a cut back early. It was not a call to the bullpen. It was just a conference that sees Skorupski stay in the game. First pitch, ball 1 in the dirt to Evans. I am surprised, but I do like Tidy giving some trust to the lefty who has taken them so far. I wonder if he was checking to see if he's still good to continue. And Skorupski said, yeah, the senior out of Wixom, Michigan. 1-0 to Jordan Evans. Down low, ball 2. A walk here isn't painful. I mean, it kind of is. You get an earned run. But there is a 3-run lead for Davenport. You just got to protect the advantage if you're Skorupski. For Evans, he needs to blow this game wide open. He can take this place and make it up for grabs. 2-1. Good spot for Skorupski. No change was actually made for Davenport. They are letting the senior continue. He was previously at St. Mary's. And Evans will take his time out to talk things over with Coach Urso. It's been a long outing for Skorupski. He'll also take a stroll, trying to clear his head. You can imagine the pressure he's feeling too. He's going up against one of the best teams in the nation. You can make an argument that Tampa still is the best team in the nation. In terms of the pair ratings that rank every team in the nation, they are ranked 90th, and that includes all of Division I baseball. We're inside the top 90, including all of Division I baseball. Here's Skorupski. On the black, strike 2. Close call, but it goes his way. Maybe a little payback for the missed calls previously that the Davenport fans didn't like. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Jordan Evans, and it's up to the senior. His favorite athlete's Kershaw. Can he be Kershaw-esque? Rolled on the ground to short. Will be a close play at first. The turn is in time. What an escape for Skorupski. He leaves him loaded. And Tampa trailed by 3, entering the top of the 9th. Oh, so close for the Spartans. They got 3 more outs to work with, but for now, they need 3 more outs on the mound. What an escape for Brandon Skorupski. And by the way, he actually isn't a St. Mary's transfer. That was the full name of his high school, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. He's been a career Davenport Panther. And what a way to close out his day-to-day. Surely the Panthers go to someone new out of the bullpen for the bottom of the 9th. Droyan will try to take care of the top half of the order. Swan, Lyford, and Fennick do up. Swan, the pinch runner, staying in the game as a pinch hitter. Strike 1. Swan was able to get to third on the balk, scored on the 2 RBI double by Johnson. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Droyan got out of the inning after giving up 1 hit to start out of the bullpen. And here's the 0-2. Droyan to Swan. Swing and a miss. 3 straight for out number 1. Bases loaded. 2 outs. And Tampa just couldn't convert. It's another case of the situational hitting woes for the Spartans. But notably, this time around, as here's the first pitch from Droyan, it was just one spot where they needed that clutch moment. 0-1 now. Droyan 1 away in the inning. Strike 2. Droyan is absolutely locked in for the 9th inning. Ooh! Misses inside and plunks Lyford. There have been no hit by pitches from Spartan pitchers today. There was one yesterday on Pawinski. And there was one on Friday on Warren on a very close call. So 3 on the weekend, as there will be a runner at first. Fennick was due up. And nope, Fennick stays in the game. He was the defensive sub, and he'll get a chance to play. One out and 1 aboard. Hit into right field. That one's got some carry. Book stays under it. 2 down. That'll bring up Cam Johnson again. He's had a lot of clutch moments today. A big catch in left field, and that go-ahead 2 RBI double. Can he get on board again? Runner goes. Throw not in time. Very nice steal. And Swan is in safely. That's why they brought him in as a pinch runner.
Hola.
Nope, never mind. That was Lyford. And they actually brought in... Yeah, Lyford's at second. So he gets the steal. That one's going to be inside, 1-1. Here's Drowan. Swing and a miss, getting a big whiff on that fastball, 1-2 to Johnson. One ball, 2 strikes. On the corner, but maybe too much framing from Pereira, 2-2. Pereira likely will have a clutch at bat. Two. Fouled back. Drowan to try to take Tampa to the plate with just 3 runs needed. Outside, make it 3-2. Close. But Drowan's going to need to find another strike. Neal is on deck. He was a pinch hitter, pinch fielder now. Payoff pitch to Johnson. On the ground to third. It's in fair territory. Good grab by Martinez, and he thinks better of the throw. The slow high hop forces a tough play out of Martinez. He saves the run by making the grab, but he can't get out number 3. It's a second hit for Johnson to bring up Neal. Drowan in a bit of danger again. Tampa are trusting Drowan to close the door. They don't have a game until next Friday, so they could make a change if they wanted. They won't do that just yet. Especially if Tampa can muster 3, they could force extras. First pitch out of Drowan. 2 down, 2 on. Strike 1. It was the sharply hit ball to third that skipped past Martinez, and the throw from Ponce that couldn't get the out at home against Neal in his last plate appearance. The go-ahead hit. The tying hit came from Johnson, who's at first. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Drowan's quickly ahead again, but he still needs strike 3. He still needs out number 3. Overcast now here at U Tampa. The clouds really coming overhead. Drowan checking the runner at third and fires. The 0-2 runner goes. Fakes the throw to second, and they're going to let him steal. No reason to risk a double steal there. Johnson in safely. With 3-run lead, it's not as risky call as it normally would be. Swing and a miss up high. And even though he gets into a little trouble again, Drowan gets out of the jam. 1 hit, 2 stranded in the final frame for the Spartans defense. Last chance saloon for the first time all season at home for U Tampa. They need 3 runs The 4-3 outs, call to the bullpen. Skorupski's legendary outing is done. We'll be right back. Call to the bullpen. It'll be Gage Vada, ready to go for Davenport. He's a big hockey fan. His favorite athlete, Evan Genie Malkin, Penguins legend. They're also his favorite hockey team. Vada started his collegiate career at Butler before transferring to Davenport. He has picked up 4 appearances out of the bullpen, 10 strikeouts in 8 innings. Command has been a little bit shaky, but he's hoping for a clean inning with a 3-run advantage. Would be the second save of the season if Davenport can't convert it. Would also end their 4-game losing streak and give Tampa their first home loss of the season. Droyan's day is done out of the bullpen. He picked up 2 strikeouts in his final frame. Velasquez in line for the loss for the Spartans after some timely hits from Davenport. Shining in the clutch, rising to the challenge of the Spartans. It's Nick Pereira leading off. He'll take strike 1 from Voda. Pereira, Books, and Vanacek due up. A dangerous trio for Tampa. But can Voda keep him quiet? Bottom of the 9th. One of the first times we've seen bottom of the 9th here in Tampa all season, 0-2. 2 quick strikes for the sophomore out of Stevensville, Michigan. That's going to miss. Ball 1. Skorupski in line for the win with his 2 2/3 of 4 hits and 2 strikeouts. Outside, that one breaking away. Make it 2-2 for Voda. The field getting a bit more cloudy, overcast conditions, and the bullpen staying active in case Voda has struggles for Davenport. Outside, ball 3. Books awaits. Pereira making an appearance as a pinch runner as a pinch fielder. Ball 4, and Pereira works the leadoff walk. Now, do you go pinch runner if Pereira reaches scoring position? You need 3 runs, so it's a tricky spot. You do have a defender you could bring in and say Matthew Fogel off the bench. But for now, it's Books going to swing away. Great walk, though, for Pereira after his tough pinch hit appearance on Friday. Or actually, the first game on Saturday. He got the start game 3 and delivered some big moments. And that is big for the Spartans to start with a base runner. Bottom of the 9th, 1 on, no one out. Ball 1. It's a Books. It's 5 straight misses out of Voda. Disciplined at the plate for the Spartans. And there's strike 1. They need to be patient. They need to force Davenport to make errors. Voda needs to hit his marks like he just did. 1-1, runner on, Voda to Books. On the corner, but outside, 2-1. Books has worked 2 walks today and 2 strikeouts. 2 of the 3 true outcomes this weekend. Books has not been able to go deep just yet. He's had some extra base hits, though. And Books fouls this one away, 2-2. On game 1 of Saturday, Books didn't get a hit. He went 0 for 4, but he did rally with a 3-hit day, including 2 RBIs. Inside, ball 3. Davenport was hoping that was a strike. This angle for us up in the booth, you can see clearly that it did miss. Another full count for Voda. Another time going to a full count with 2 strikes. 3-2 with Pereira at first. Up the middle, this could be 2. Brooks is going to have to hustle, but no one's covering the bag at second. Brooks beats the throw. Coach Tidy is distraught. Great hustle by Brooks. A miscue on fielding by Eppel. He didn't cover the bag. They had the double play ball. The umpire is going to talk about it to see if Brooks is safe or if there was something wrong at first. Either way, that does put one of the runs in scoring position, Pereira. As of now, that's a hit for the Spartans, and the tying runs in the bat of Walker Vanacek. And on deck is Javi Soto, and they are going to correct the call at first. Now, Urso is going to ask for an explanation. Jimenez is confused. Brooks is confused. I think they might be trying to argue interference. And I don't think they're going to be able to get a second overturn. I'm inclined to agree with Coach Urso. I didn't see what looked wrong on the play. At least a benefit for the Spartans is that because of the miscue by Eppel, the runner in scoring position stays there. That is a crucial first out for Voda, though. But how good would that have been for Tampa to get the tying run at the plate? It's Walker Vanacek ready to go. Javi Soto on deck. Jack Martinez to follow. Strong Tampa bats away. Voda to Vanacek. Strike 1. Always a very interesting thing when you see a controversial call like that late. Here's Voda, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Half-hearted attempt from Vanacek, 0-2. Quiet day for Vanacek. He's 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. Can he battle to stay alive? 1 down, 1 on, an 0-2 count. Great take there on what was going to be a very obvious chase pitch to Vanacek. Flared back. Vanacek protects. It's 1-2. Voda ahead in the count. Standing at 6'5", tied for the tallest player with 2 of his pitching teammates for the Davenport roster. That one gets away and will get the runner to scoring position. 2-2 count on a wild pitch. Pereira now 90 feet away. That run isn't as important, though. Tampa trail by 3. They need to get multiple home. If this was a run-run game, that would be very scary. You probably also see a walk to get a double play opportunity on the board. But for now, it's 2-2 to Vanacek. High and foul. Still 2-2 to Vanacek. He's protecting and he's fighting. He's an on-base machine. 467 slash line for the slug and OPS last year. That OPS has dropped to 433, but he's been slugging a little better at Tampa. And that one's fouled straight back. The net stops it from being a booth souvenir. It's still 2-2. Checks the wrist. Voda gets set. The 2-2. Tipped foul, and Vanacek just stays alive. He is forcing Voda to work. Really scrappy at bat out of Vanacek. Exactly what you need in the ninth. This is honestly good practice for the Spartans in these high leverage spots. Swing and a miss! Slowed it down for strike 3. 2 down. Drop third strike. Vanacek's out. And Javi Soto is the last out for the Spartans. On deck, so is Jack Martinez. 2 outs on the board. It looks like there actually is some light showers starting to come now at the ballpark. The clouds overhead, and nothing too dangerous yet. Soto will take strike 1. As you can see, some fans actually retreating up to the higher covered part of the seats. And oh no! Talk about a kill to momentum. With an 0-1 count, it's a lightning delay. We'll be back in 30 minutes with 2 outs and 1 aboard.
Thank you for tuning in here at the University of Tampa's baseball stadium. Just wanted to give you a quick update. I'm Taylor Storthy here with the broadcast for the rain delay. Yeah. I don't think the heavy stuff is coming down for a while, but at the same time, it is pretty nasty conditions. I'm not a betting man, but my guess is that we're not going to see the end of the ninth inning and that Tampa will indeed have that runner stranded at third. But do stay tuned. We'll keep you updated. But for now, I definitely anticipate that we will not be ready for the 30 minutes timer. It's going to keep resetting for quite a bit longer. Still 8-5 Davenport late in the game. Another update from the Bird Cage. I'm Taylor Storthy. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for sticking with us through this weather delay. We do have some good news. Things have cleared up a little bit here at Tampa. In fact, it is actually currently drying out. The turf field also absorbs water better, so even though it started pouring, things shouldn't be too bad. However, we can't for sure say when the game will resume, although it is looking more likely to be in that direction. Please stay tuned for the short time before the action continues with 2 outs in the ninth. Well, it's officially been an hour of this rain delay. Welcome back to the SSC Digital Network. And for any hopes of things starting up soon, I think they've kind of gone up in smoke as rain continues to fall. Still no official call to end the game. Tampa trails by 3 with 2 away and a base runner aboard. However, we still got probably at least another 20-plus minutes at best. There is going to be a nasty sell coming in relatively soon. We'll keep you posted if anything else changes when we return. And welcome back to the University of Tampa. Taylor Storthy here on the broadcast, and we do have some promising news. The lightning is clearing up, and even though there still is a red alert for our Thorgard on campus, we are about to enter a window where we might be about ready to get back to playing some baseball. Already have the coaches chilling in the dugouts. The teams will probably be making their way back over to the field shortly. There is some rain still projected to come through Tampa, but the heavy stuff that was indeed coming down for over an hour has passed us by, and we should be able to finish up this game in the meantime. Still, I would anticipate about 10-15 minutes until we resume, depending on, 1, when they give us the all clear, and 2, when the quick warm-ups end. And that's going to be the difficult thing, warming up to play one out of baseball. Did Tampa use this delay as a miracle, or will Davenport close the door? And welcome back to the University of Tampa at the Birdcage. We've got Coach Tidy and Coach Urso talking with Davenport in the dugout. The conditions have cleared up. The lightning and big storms have come and gone. And we do have one more out to play a baseball. The teams are back at the dugout, and I think because the weather cleared up in time, we might be able to finalize this game and get what could be a very funny anticlimactic finale if there's immediately the final out, or a little bit of chaos in between. Well, talking about anticlimactic endings, that'll do it. With Tampa just chilling at the Bob Martinez Center, the coaches will be the ones to shake hands. Davenport's got a flight to catch. They'll take this one 8-5. Yep, we spent 90 minutes waiting for a finish that was almost as funny as a first pitch pop-up that would have ended the game. Tampa, for the first time this season, lose at home. But keep in mind, it's only a home loss with 26 outs. Davenport will enter conference play with a win in the column, and unfortunately, we do end without a final out in play, but it just makes things a little bit simpler instead of everyone having to warm up again. Davenport are now 8-14. They score 8 runs on 13 hits. They did pick up an error and stranded 10 on base. But thanks to a great outing from Skorupski and that action-packed 8th inning, they come out on top 8-5. Velasquez unfortunately got hit around a bit, could not close the door in the 8th. And he'll be taking his first loss of the season alongside the blown save. Good work for Cade Drohan out of the bullpen for the Spartans. He picked up a final clean inning after getting out of the previous frame, including striking out 2. The save, despite only getting 2 of the 3 outs, comes to Vota, who will pick up his first save of the season and the second of the year for the Davenport program. Taking a look at the top performers on offense. For the Spartans, there were some solid days at the plate. Jordan Evans, 2 RBIs. We also were able to see 2 walks out of Brooks and Soto. Woodburn had a 2-hit day. Carlson got on base 4 times. And while Tampa was able to once again have incredible discipline, 9 walks in total, they struggled a little bit in terms of the clutch hitting. Not as much as against Georgia Southwestern, but with a hiccup in the 8th, they didn't have enough time to close the deficit. So Tampa will be back here on Friday, hopefully under nicer weather conditions, taking on Palm Beach Atlantic. Davenport will be back at home taking on Roosevelt. And it's kind of ironic. Roosevelt on their Florida trip had a final game of a series against Eckerd end via lightning delay. Same thing here, lightning delay causing an end to Davenport and Tampa. The main difference, it wasn't 22-0 Eckerd, it was 8-5 Panthers. That's the first win for Davenport in series history against the Spartans. They are now 1-6 all time against Tampa. And this isn't a regional loss for Tampa, so not necessarily the world's worst loss to pick up for rankings. Definitely disappointing, though, for the Spartans.